Alrighty, we are going back into our Unreal development, and we have the PCG-EX plugin, and we'll check out what we can do with that and how we can integrate it directly into our project, what we can do with it, how we can benefit from it. There's a filter ecosystem, apparently. There is a subnodes, instance behaviors, workflow. We will go through all of them and just trying to come up with ideas on how we can use them, utilize them. So getting your hands dirty, that sounds good. So it says once you're done going through the different sections of what that 101, which probably that one, you can find some more concrete material in the working with PCG-EX section. Okay, so let's go first through the 101 together. Let's see, discuss. Because the thing is, when you have plugins like this, I know I definitely will use it because it can do something that I am kind of missing. I know there's a note that I can actually make points automatically face a certain direction. So I could say, here's a spline. Everything around that spline should face towards that line. Where would that make sense? Well, streets, for example. So, a concrete example of what we did, this exact point here. We have our spline.
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
Oh, Jesus Christ, I really have to get used to that voice. But here, it's sadly, heads up, if people are wondering why Enma suddenly sounds so different, well, that is because currently currently BTS POG, the program that I'm using to control Enma, is currently having an issue with stream elements, and the developer sadly has no capacity right now as he is not being anywhere remotely to his PC. He cannot fix it just with a phone right now. So we have to be patient, wait for the fix. And as a substitute, I changed it from stream elements to the TikTok voice because the other three alternatives we would have been completely robotic sounding voices. So that is, as a heads up, why Enma currently sounds a little bit different. I wish it wouldn't be the case. Many others probably wish the same that are using it currently, but it is what it is. We have a substitute, which is the TikTok voice, and yeah, we just go with that. As for PCG-EX earlier, what we can do with it that I already know because I spoke to the developer. Actually, he actually pointed me, hey, I have a plugin there. You can do that with my plugin. That's why we are checking that out, because I was completely unaware that PCG-EX actually exists. So, and no, it does not stand for extreme. It stands for extended. So it's just extending what you can do with PCG. That's why it's called PCG-EX. From what I saw, what people do, like building entire cities, it's fucking powerful. I mean, not just. Okay, I saw people building entire cities with it. I saw people recreating cities with it. I saw a small village-like place where every single building was accessible, and every single building had its own shape, and it was just one graph. It was not multiples. And you had an actual city shape structure. Try to do that with just the regular PCG, it doesn't work. So there is a lot of stuff that we can do. So I leave this open and we go through it bit by bit. And let's start with the clusters, since that's the first one I mentioned. And for that, let's put you over here and you over here. Oh yeah, you can see this is WeBridger, for those who never know. This is the software that you use for better tracking with VTube Studio. If you're ever unaware, how do I make my iPhone tracking better with, or even webcam tracking nowadays, because they also added a few features that makes the webcam tracking better. WeBridger. Can highly recommend, though for a few features like that mouth movement, mouth X, sticking the tongue out and stuff like that. There's features you only can do if you have an iPhone, because it needs that in-depth camera. I luckily have one. If I wouldn't, I would have been in serious trouble because my webcam died recently. But yeah. Let's read through it. Clusters in PCG-EX refers to two intertwined pieces of data, VTX and edges. What is VTX standing for? I hope that they say that somewhere. That once combined form a transient graph structure that represent connectivity points. That connectivity makes it easy to do things like pathfinding, zoning, finding concave holes, layouts, and more, all with a very precise level of control, as opposed to purely distance-based approximation. That actually sounds amazing already. I think they probably will in future things put a image here. This is probably just a placeholder. VTX represents the points or nodes in graph theory. Hello Shazam, how are you doing? We're currently looking into PCG-EX, the plugin for Unreal Engine that extends PCG by a lot and gives you way more stuff to do, so that we can make better, more creative solutions for world building. PCG PCG is procedural content generation. That's a thing in Unreal. So, for example, we have the classic of creating an entire forest just with a spline. If I stretch that out, the forest gets bigger and bigger. So I'm currently working on tools to make my world building more effective. Because this is my testing area. This is where I build my PCG graphs, test them those out. Nothing of that is currently okay. This one is something that I'm currently fixing. Don't mind that one, but I can show the actual scene. Those are just tools for world building that makes it a little bit easier for the game development to have areas auto-populating or automatic building. So, for example, street layouts or like those bridges that you can put them down really fast. It automatically generates them. And oh, I don't mind showing and explaining. That's why I'm here for. This is if you have ever a question here, I can show. It's no problem with that. This is the real world. This is where it actually gets put in. So there are a few placeholders still. Quite a lot, actually. They will all be covered eventually later. But yeah, you can see everything in action. This bridge from earlier is all the way back here. The outpost generator is here. Of course, I haven't implemented yet, but it would basically be implemented right there. Here's another PCG thing that wasn't there, which is creating this hanging bridge here. So it's all just so those repeating things always are easier for the level artist to create. In my case, I am all. I'm everything. I'm a solo dev. So I have to create my a lot of those tools for myself to make something like as taxing as open world building much easier. And that's the great thing about Unreal Engine, where we have all those tools to build all this. So that way we can populate our area. Yeah, you at first you basically just make rough ideas of what you need, and then you define. For example, I will have to make at one point a staircase generator or stuff like this. Basically, this is also basically very basic PCG made by a different artist whose project I bought. All right, have a nice day. Thanks for stepping by. But yeah, let's get back into PCG-EX and see how it actually can help us. Because that stuff here, my lord, it sounds amazing. If it holds up to what is written here, it will be very useful. So VTX represents the points on nodes in graph theory. Probably should read what is in graph theory. Oh, okay. Not a thing that I think needs too much explanation. It's good for those that want to know in the mathematical way how things work. But maybe have an understanding what is behind it. I don't understand what it does. I actually can read that, but we don't need it in order to work with it. Nice for those that wants to go deeper into the rabbit hole. Okay, a single edge represents the connection between two unique vertices. Okay, that's good. There's a few high-level rules that are always true. Each edge is unique. Okay. Each edge represents a unique connection between 2 points, and there can be no duplicate. You don't have to do anything about that. It's just the way it works. Edge data simply cannot contain more than once a connection between the same 2 points. Okay, that is actually quite good that it is that way. It would be very problematic if it would not be that way. Edges don't store any directions data per se. AB is the same as BA, see the rule above. That is also good. We do not necessarily need the direction. If direction matters, nodes will let you choose how the direction should be determined at the time of process. Also, if it does it with, I think if it does it with splines as kind of like the data behind it, then you can just change the spline direction. Okay, clusters are not geometry. Duh. This is all that point is it should be obvious, but it's probably not obvious to everyone, and that's why it's standing there. This is an important one in the context of real-time graphics. PCG-EX clusters are not geometry. There's no concept of triangle, surface, or anything like that. Just pure abstract relationships. The goal, however, is to leverage those relationships and transform them into something that is more immediately useful. But having that initial abstract connectivity data is the key. Why would you need clusters? Able to know and manipulate the idea of connectivity between points precisely up on. Okay. Probably I don't have to read everything out loud. So. Okay. Yeah. That makes sense. Okay, they just put on a strong emphasis. Hey, it's just points. Don't expect anything more than this. You have to fill those points with life. Could it be that they just say VTX as vertex? Is that maybe what it means? Actually, I have. But I'm pretty sure it's just vertex after reading this. Which means, yeah, which basically means exactly what's standing here. They are just points. Here, also says it again. Points. Dive into clusters. Do we have as cluster? We have a Delony. Oh, for an I2D, that's actually quite good. We also have those in 3D, okay. Mesh to clusters, okay. Have to clusters, also good. I don't see where we would need mesh to clusters yet, but maybe we see. Actually, you know what I should do? I should get the example project. Let's download it as a zip. We really should maybe also look at it in this way, not just with the document. When I see all this stuff, it's all good, but it doesn't really give a good example for use cases. Okay, VTX can change drastically. Okay, yeah, okay. Kind of like it's how it is in Blender with the vertex counts, or better the vertex IDs. The vertex IDs do change when, in order how everything is surrounding it, but also if you have, for example, a cube, you add a vertex and you take it away again, it still can be a very different cube from the IDs that you get, even though it's technically the same. Okay, so don't, basically saying don't mess around, don't touch it, leave it alone, because the interconnectivity might be disturbed. Yeah, again, don't delete anything from those informations those points have. That's a to-do list for the documentation. All right. Paths. Paths is just another fancy name for more points. Okay, that's a statement. Like classes, they don't even have special data stored in it. That's okay. Point order matters. Segments. Open or closed loop. Okay. Yeah, okay. So they are basically talking about splines. Maybe they are a little bit more that sounds pretty much like a spline. Subnodes. Oh wait, before we do that, the detail of babble about. Okay, at some points the the documentation is kind of humorous. Okay. Google Earth, that's the thing that we haven't had in PCG yet. That does something. Enter. Sounds interesting. It's probably really complicated to use. Mm-hmm. Instance behaviors. Ah, okay, logic patterns, basically. So you say, like, hey, give me only the maximum or minimum, or give me the one with the highest density, whatever. That's basically what they're. Here you have to, like, oh, refine overlap, then probably you just get the overlapping points. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Cause I would not know how to use the insight. That one, maybe it's for cleaning up. Maybe it's good for cleaning up if you have any collisions between them. Between objects, for example, you have multiple stones, and maybe you can do a little bit of a bool with that. I don't know. It sounds like to filter for collisions. And we have an OR. Okay, logical OR, logical AND. Question is, if we have OR and AND, do we also have NOR and NAND? an X or an accent, but well, that gets a little bit more too complicated probably. Last average, distance. Is there distance? We already have a distance node. What's the difference to that one? We can have an intersection with the bounds. Have smooth path split. Definitely have to look at examples. It is not that important, at least yet. Let's have a look into that. Copy that. Words. And let me switch to this point of view. And then we start in. Also hiding. But yeah, from what I just ran, it can't be everything. But I saw way more nodes being used in the video. Way more complicated stuff. Way more advanced stuff.
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds. Going on back to what am I looking at? Whatever it is. Oh, it's preparing shaders. Was about to say, whatever it is, it's quite laggy, but that's because shaders are prepared. But who my boy? That looks. I would have no idea where to use whatever is there. Hopefully there are some more technical, no, not technical, practical examples as well, not just stuff in here. Yeah, I assume the multiple directional lights are currently what causing those lags. That looks like a good example. So let's head to then. Houses and gardens.
Okay, I can see how you have this point cloud here and a path. Data, but okay. It said houses and gardens. I only see the garden. It's maybe not the best. Connected regions. Where's the level for that? There. What does that one do? That might be a good mapping tool. You have the main. Okay, so from what I see is you have the main let's see. If I pick that one here and pull it out, I'd get a different result, right? Yeah, I do. How different will it be? Quite different. Okay, that's actually quite interesting. So I assume this is the main graph and it uses the other. We have the normal point grid. And here we already have a Lloyd. Gather. Gather is, for those who do not know then, gather is a node that first lets everything be there, and when everything is generated, then continue. That's what the gather node does. So, for example, if you have stones and you want to have grass on the stones, you would need to use the gather node in order to put anything out to have this projection onto the stones. Anything. That could also be not stones. It could be you create a building and the building should have some damage decals on it, or maybe decals of posters. In order to project them on there, you need to do gather. Copy region ID to seed. Nearest bound. Okay. Sites. Where's sites being used? Here. Okay. And cluster comes from there. I do understand. I might actually already have a few ideas where I could use those. But what do they understand? What do they take as an actor or packer? Sounds so weird and foreign. That does just look like regular. Doesn't that do anything small? I don't understand. I really don't understand. Room graphs, okay. This stuff can be quite interesting. If we can have another set of data actually. Because it's great that we have different rooms like here, but I would love to have more information here. So I can say those points here and those two, those are connect to a doorway. So I can say, hey, okay, here's the doorway. Maybe there is this information that there is a direct neighbor in this direction. So I could use that. The thing that I kind of am disappointed with, it only shows points. It only shows examples of points. It does not show an actual practical example of where you would use it, how you would use it. Those are multiple graphs. It almost reminds me of the game that Procedural Minds that is making a little bit, because it's all floating islands here. That this one could be teleporters. Would be nice if I could have an angular system here where I can say, okay, that's a staircase. But that's probably on me to make that and be like, hey, let's say this is 3 meters would be too less. Let's say it's 16 meters deep between everything. And then you would make a 16 deep staircase down. Spiraling, so it definitely ends up in this point. In one way or the other. I think that's pretty much what it is doing here. So I think there's only one main spline, can it be? It's not even a spline. Those glowing orbs, I cannot interact with those and change them. What can I do then? What can I change? Wait, why is world partition? World partition should be one small window, nothing more. Anything that we can configure here? Not in that one. What about the world actor? Not really. Hello, Stellar. How you doing, dear? Line mesh partitioning. What does that do? It's just a bunch of splines on top of each other. Nothing is influencing the other. Anyway. Is it? I don't see it doing anything. Therefore, this example is irrelevant. What is a wall overruns? Yeah, I definitely have to tell them that their examples are not really that useful. Except that one, I assume, because this is what I was talking about. This is the stuff that I saw people using a lot. The parcels. I'm doing good. The parcels here. Those can be quite useful, especially when you look at it at this example here, this one. This is almost the perfect layout already for a city landscape. Right, you have those parcels that is defined by the spline. Drag this out. This probably regenerates it. Executing. And bam. Now we have a bunch of buildings around the hole. Maybe there could be a big garden in there. Like a community garden. All those houses here. That would work. That's actually quite good for making city layouts, which will at one point be very important. What's blob contours? Blob. Look at the outlet later. Cannot say I'm understanding what it's about. But I definitely can say that the information in regards to the world position. This might be, I don't know, this kind of seems for me to do for some simulation or, I don't know, pickles. I don't know. This stuff is. The work in progress, but let me. Nothing too special, I expected more. Ivy. Ivy could be either underwhelming or ooh, like good. One is actually quite good. That one is probably, yeah, I would use something like geometry scripting on top of that. Then everything here could be one solid body. Move, of course, not this cake like it is here. And then it could be actually used for having different lookings. Like creating a bunch of different wines for climbing up and stuff like that. So that example is actually one of the more useful ones. Category. And here we can already see, just by the directory, is that it has so point data are good and such, but really. Mini city. This is what oh yeah. Then here we have streets, street layout, the parcels of all the buildings in there. Believe it or not, this can speed up. And city example is quite good. The thing is, it only shows how to create those points. Right? It doesn't tell you how to populate those points because I'm pretty sure they are not as simple as to use as a regular PCG. Probably not going in here, taking the input out of this and be like, hey, let's just put some static meshes in there. quite intrigued by how did they actually manage to get a little icon that shows what it's doing. So far done. Bulk of the work, isolate individual cells, fill them with layer, merge, and cookie cut. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Here we have graph. That's just debug. And bevel a path. Okay. This is definitely stuff where I thought it would be easier to. There would be better example or better documentations in order to be like, hey, this is how you can use it. They here show you. And here you have an actual working examples. Okay, interesting. Can make a layout of an automatically create a layout for dungeons. I kind of like that. Though I probably would want an example where it is organized. By organized, I mean if you think of something like a dungeon, like an actual dungeon, you would not have something like this. Everything would be way more organized. It would not be rotated as it would. Everything would be facing the same directions, maybe. Actually, no. Could have a curved way path here, connecting those. Then everything as that would be irrelevant. You have the path here that you can populate with tunnels, and you would not have an entrance at an edge. That's the thing that I definitely can say that you would never have. Here, like this, yes. Like this, yes. Like that, yes. Like that, yes, 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 yes. Here it's already getting critical on those two. They are so close to an edge, and those are the places where the beams are. Or any other supporting structure that keeps everything untagged. So you would need to define a rule set to not be too close to the borders. Probably possible. If I look at the graph here, what does it tell us? Oh boy, that's more than I thought. just seeing how simple the city was. The dungeon seems to be more complicated than the city, and that's kind of surprising. That's mini city. I did the mini dungeon. Oh. Okay, never mind. It's simpler.
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
Okay, so we have the point grind. Which is created with the bounds. All fine with that. What do we do here? We have a... Hang on. What if I put this to 0? Kind of layout would I get now? This is a layout I would expect. Yeah, this is more what I would expect. Okay. Let's put it back to 360. Just to understand what else is going. Self-proning. Yeah, so if you have any collisions with those points you have in here, delete those. Okay. Right index. So I just probably give it an incremental number, I would assume. As what I see here, I have the attribute name being room ID. Let's see, when I go right here, 0, yeah, it's just counting it up. Interesting. That, oh, okay. That is practical if it actually would have content. If stuff would be standing in here, really telling you stuff and not just be like, okay, it exists, but it doesn't tell you anything. That would be actually good, but well, was happy too soonish. Wrong one. Also with this node, is there documentation though? No. Alright, then what version is it at? As long as it's not saying 1 point anything, then I'm then I'm still be happy because that means that hey, okay, still early access, everything is not completely documented. That everything is worked on. I definitely tell the dev that rather than just having it showing how you get points, make examples that show how you make the points and actually work with it. But I still don't quite understand what is the difference between VTX and edges. They're both point data, so what are they? Edges is clear. It's an edge, but what is VTX? Where is it explained what VTX is? Maybe that is. Rather again. In an earlier step that I disregarded. Quick start. That's good, all good, but why are there the differentiation at all? They are all just points. What's the difference between VTX and edges? They're clearly not the same. So and tricks. PCG graph, however, have any destructive implementation of that method. A graph will recover all of its nodes. If any node, including unplugged, called, disabled, yes. Okay. And as you know by now, if you check the technical node, vanilla PCG nodes one. Hey. I assume there's this was supposed to mean but why and not by why. Probably a typo. And I look at my keyword and that's a typo. But why? This point of partitioning code is actually very efficient, but it also to be set up in a particular way. Okay. Okay. Thing is, I still haven't seen how let me go to pattern to be dated. It really doesn't. Let's put PCG-EX at a side. I thought documentation would give me, in the example project, would give me a way better understanding. But I'm actually more confused than it actually is. So that's the point where I definitely have to go into their Discord, talk to them, finding out more with a little bit of guidance, because I don't understand. For example, I wouldn't know from the documentation alone and what I see here how to get the data of the connecting lines so I can make a tunnel. How can I get the edges of this cube so I can place down the walls? How can I get the very edges that far so I can place down the pillars? All possible for sure, and it's probably all already pre-data stuff that you only have to access, rather than going in with another filter just to get the points. There's probably already the data in there somehow, but there's just no documentation in that regards and how to use the points. There's no documentation on how to generate those. So I definitely can say a debug. Let's go into that piece. Put it to the side. If I go right here, and let's here, but is not to extend, but absolute. Should see stuff, but I don't. Cannot really debug this. And what is this error? Why is there even in an example? This inside it doesn't exist. Yeah. Always the same. Yeah, it's inside doesn't. Inside doesn't. It's inside doesn't. So I'll probably not even see the entire thing. There's errors here. What if I just go this way? What do I get then? I basically ignore this. Okay, all that happened is the line here got sick. So that is inside tick gets rid of the points inside the cube. Why does it throw an error in the first place when it does the job correctly? Oh, it doesn't. But that's part of the stuff to figure out. Close that. Not saving anything. We go back to this one. There's another plugin I want to check out as well. Let's put You here? Where's my other? Over there. All right. Before we continue, though, I have to hit the bathroom, but we will check out the voxel map plugin next, because that's another one that should be very useful, where we could probably, as from what I saw, make something like tunnel. In caves, of course. Okay, we have to do a few things first. Now that we have it installed, we also have to activate it. Voxel. And of course we have to restart. So I mean, as we do that now. But from what I read in the document afterwards, like linking our Epic account, but it took have full access to everything. But that might be actually deprecated from what I saw. I have to double check. Why I am not sharing my screen right now, as credentials are credentials. Let's make sure I'm looking at the right stuff. Documentation. Actually make let's go with the getting started, but for that we go to File, New Level. We go with an open world one. And we want to place down a voxel generator. It says here. Okay, we did that. Don't need the presentation to be big. Layers. Next tab. Now we click the actor and look at the tab. And here somewhere it should say don't see the new terrain immediately. Make sure that your viewport is set to real time. My viewport is on real time. And does not do what it should. Which is not a good start. Yeah, everything. It's all good and do it again. Voxel generator. Nothing in here. Component X. Put it both on 5. Aerial flat. Good. Generate. Weird. Let's go to the showcase video again. Maybe there's something I missed, but it's exactly what it should do. I mean, this is also probably really nice for people that want to make some sort of crafting game. And when I see that, it reminds me of a very old online game called Worm Online, where you also could terraform the surroundings like that at runtime. But it was like a really old game, so yeah, everything was right-click menus. When was that? It was back in the early 2000s. So when back at the time when RuneScape was fresh and stuff. Oh my. It was a real. It's really old. It's really fucking old. See, this is what it's not doing. This is says it's going to 5.6. So not doing what it should. I mean, it generated something. But that something is just not visible. Oh, yeah. Mm, not the best. Yeah, the first thing,
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
not the best if the first thing you see is actually that the demo project is not there. 404, it was deleted, but why? I should probably have read the comment. Yeah. Seems like that one was a scam. At least people are saying in the comments that he has never responded, and that one seems to be the real case. And let me see, what else does this guy? Rest is doing well. Oh bye. Yeah, we'll have to talk to I will have to talk to the Epic Store team. This is seriously a scam, and I kind of want my money back. And definitely deinstall that. So, what the heck? It's deactivated. The thing is, we don't need that. We don't need to save a world that we have no use for. So, that's really frustrating. Because apparently there are two types of voxel plugins, both called voxel plugin. But if you just type in voxel plugin, you only get that one. Anything else? So why are you in the foreground now? Get in here. So if I just type voxel plugin, I only get that one. If I type voxel, oh wait, never mind. I should go to the Discover tab first. Voxel plugin. There are multiples, but only that one right here that is actually quite expensive. Well, for what it does, probably not, but still. 360 euros is still a lot of money. I will bookmark that though, so I get a notification whenever this one is on sale. But this one right here, definitely a scam. What is that? The free version of that other one. So that's probably also what I saw the documentation of first, right? That's the one that actually talks about Yep, that's the one. That's the one that talks about the registration. What can it do? Okay, so it's now ready. It's good. Okay. One thing really quick. I think I saw something from that one right here. Let's look at that showcase video of that one again. You know, that one is just never mind. But that one is quite looking interesting, but I would like to know what is the restriction between the free version and why does it say Pro Legacy? I want to have a look here. Pricing. Okay, commercial use and for source code access, but no voxel graph? Doesn't that not basically mean that it is not usable? Or is voxel... Well, what is voxel graph? Okay. And this is the verification thing that I was talking about that I saw first and thought it would be the plugin that we have, but not. Oh boy. So then I guess I will do my overview of the... Kind of want to know what the voxel graph is. I see. I'm better off doing everything with people then. As long as I do not have this word. Play. Let me have a look again. I still have the ability to draw though. We're talking about height graphs. It'll work. Well, that's a big fail. And on my end, my fucking. Well, that is a. Report that after stream then. Oh boy. It would have been enough if it would just do what it does. Well, what it does in the little video it showed. No. Just doesn't do anything. So I will claim for a refund. Problem is, what do we do now? PCG-EX, we have no clue how to continue that because it's so complicated to understand without any form of guidance. So I have to definitely look into people that are smart enough to understand that. Look up YouTube videos probably about that. I know there's an Unreal Engine talk actually from Unreal itself. I have to look into that. Because maybe then I understand what it actually does. How I can actually make it work for the stuff I want to do. But then let's go to our scenes, to our testing round. Now let's see. I think. One thing I actually want to maybe look at. Let's go for that in landscape mode for real quick. And let's raise the terrain a little. That near an area like this. For the test. I think I do have to refund something, so I'm a little bit annoyed about it because that one was obviously a scam. I bought a plugin on basically bought a plugin on the Unreal Marketplace / Fab market. And it just doesn't do anything. It's a complete scam. People are raging in the comments about that as well. Oh no, the style shader works. The style shader works. That one I actually can show. Style shader works. That one is perfect. There was a voxel plugin that would have been would have turned the entire would have turned the landscape here into a voxel map. And that way I could have made something like tunnels and such. Well, that one I got, since it was in sale, is a complete scam. It doesn't do what it is supposed to do. There's another one with the same name. That one costs more than 300 euros. Could have done way more than I actually would have needed. So I compared both of them and was like, oh yeah, I'm just fine with the use of whatever this one can, right? That's what I will check once the stream is over. I don't want to do that kind of stuff on stream, but there should be. I think there's a refund option. Good thing I just purchased that today, so I should be eligible for that. So usually you have like, oh, if you have it for a week or more, then it's on you. But if it's just a day, should be still fine. But yeah, where is it? There we go. There it is. Here's the demo. Where's the demo level? Where I can just put out this blueprint here. And then you already see once it's finished preparing the shaders. And that one is working. You can also already see here that this one is working. All the light saturations and stuff is already applying. It looks good. I'm happy with that. That one is working. Right? I just have to apply everything to my own character, but and not the standard one of this one. That one is fine. That one is perfect. Actually the air looked way better than what I did, but that can also be because the textures are way better than what I did. Yeah, the textures here are way better. My textures, I don't even have textures for my hair. So I just have to see if I can use my workflow. If I can combine my workflow with their workflow. Also, they have apparently a separate texture just for the eye. While mine has the eye actually combine in the face map. So their facial map looks like this. My facial map where do we have character? There's bunny. Did I put it? The clothing, that there's this guide texture. Where do I? Did I put my? Easy to find. I just go in here. Detailed. my facial texture map looks like this. So you see, there's the left eye, there's the right eye, there's a pupil right here with a different texture, because I use a dilation. Right, but you can see the similarities. Even though, yeah, here, that's probably the mouth inner of the texture they use. Right, this is all just a difference in the means of UV. Also, they don't have the ears separated. I have my ears separated. But this is my mouth inner, this is the tongue. Those are the teeth. Like that? Oh, I know which one you mean. The one that was recently discovered. The one that kind of looks like it's a product of a horror movie. But yeah, you have the different things in here. So everything that I have on mine here, almost, you have here as well. I assume that this is not eye wide. Probably it's the teeth that we see here. But yeah, I think I know which one you mean. It's just different setups of the same thing. Oh, there's one. Nope, they are doing it as well. Never mind. Their texturing just looks way better than what I can do. I really have to learn more about better texturing of skin, especially facial skin, because it's not that easy to hand paint something like that. Oh, yeah, that's basically the difference. And on top of that, I don't know if I think they use it as well, but I also use that. And that thing here, that is a signed distance field map for the facial shadows. Let me actually see if they have an example for that on their thing too, because the shader can do that. So let's say there are details in anime still. Not a
Admins are
lot.
invading the void for 90 seconds.
Yes. Wait, you're probably right now in the ends. So they called it NPR core. Sounds like a music style. Material functions as they have shadow. There, they do it. The question is, it's not. Ooh. Oh, that's stuff I have to look into. They have a separate map for the hair, HL mask. Here's the thing that I would have done for optimization reasons, though. I would have combined the ambient occlusion and the HL mask as a single one. Same with here. The emissive color, emissive part, right? Okay, emissive color has to be separate. But emissive part and the layer mask, since it's only red, there's no facial SDF mask. Okay. Mannequins. There's no SDF. The thing is, it can do just everything that we're talking about. Oh, and it can do a lot more of this. I see that now. Blueprint. SDF shadow. They do it different. Let's see. One blueprint. I need that one. It doesn't have anything special to it. What does this do? Initialize SDF. Why does it do it that way? Why not over? Okay. I see why they are doing. Okay, that's actually also quite smart. I'm doing it with manipulating them normal. They are doing it actually more on the technical side and manipulating the light information itself. Have an actual and now take this. Actually, let me take the I cannot rotate. Okay. And let me rotate the camera. Does not do that. Okay. Relative to something else. It does the old shadow differently. That's why I actually have shadows here in the first place, even in the editor. The FDF thing seems to be object. Oh, okay. They're doing it way different. And I go in here and I type now SDF because I am curious. Here, that's their SDF map. Doesn't look too different from what I have, right? Because there is a very specific approach to it, and it only looks different, a little bit different, because different UVs, right? A different UV layout when you basically flat open the face. They are just those little changes, but okay. Yeah, that makes it more understandable. That's definitely better. Oh, there's a map. We don't save those. Yes, that's the nose. And that little triangle is right below the eye. It is it's called the Rembrandt triangle. So here. Here you have a wonderful comparison, I think, right? No. Something else entirely. So both are using the SDF, but there's an update that the shadow will also follow the direction of the end, which is good, which is very much needed. So you need to enable or use custom direction in the facial menu. Yeah, that makes all sense. In my case, you can see the skin is looks way more pale on this. She looks way more pale on this map than the actual map where I am using her. Here she looks like she has no color and is completely white. She is not white, she has color, I swear. Yeah, I mean, it kind of sells a more vampirish look, right? Where if you put them both to next to each other, and then be like, who is the vampire? It would probably be you. Even though they're basically both are. But yeah, oh boy. Oh yeah, and of course this fails because this one is in the this is an error that has to come because this is in the game assets and it doesn't have the right sky. So it cannot get the data from the sky it needs. That's what basically all those errors said. But yeah, as you can see, that one is working. Another thing that I actually kind of am interested to play around with once I understand it more is in here in the textures. You have this, a highlight map for the hair. So there's a highlight shading they do differently from how I do it, and I want to see how well it works. Because if it means you can have more hair details the normal way, because I have squared, the thing is my UVs are squared, so I can have a very specific effect going on where I draw those lines myself. Or better said, I draw it with a noise texture. If I actually can hand paint those in with their approach, it makes a lot of things look better in the end. I have to play around with that though. I'm not too sure. That's some. want to look at the character example here. Okay, for that one they overwritten it to a free roaming camera, so now you can just look at them walking around. How the light interacts with it. Running is actually looks quite okayish. I would have loved, and if you wonder why this is a green here and not in game, this is because they put an AI system in here telling them with a behavior tree you have to walk around here, because this is basically the bounds to make AI system work. You cannot interact outside of this volume of those areas that are green. I have that in one map as well, where I actually do all those gameplay abilities, including my AI for our enemies. I have a little spot there where that stuff is happening. A normal map. Okay, not what I would have expected. So yeah, this is the clean shader without anything, just color. This is what we want. It's just the base color, dark color, and the shading steps. This is the thing you want as well. You don't want just to have black and white, right? So you want to have a little bit of a stepping here. Not as much as here. That is already too much. This has maybe 3 shadow steps. That one probably has none. But yeah, you want to have probably like 3 or 5 steps. So you still have those hard edges, but there is like a little bit of smoothness going from highlight to shadow. Edge light, post volume, yep. That's all stuff we need. Forward vectors. Oh no, it's forward specular. Okay, I see what they do there. What that one is probably the best to show it. So there's a little bit of a specularity that gives a highlight a little. In the normal map, we need kind of normal map as well to a point for just like really fine. It's almost not noticeable. It's just for clothing. If we can have normals, it actually updates it a lot. Because there's a difference if I just go really close to that texture here. Right, there's a difference if I just have it like this, or if I have a little bit, just a little bit of definition to it, so that I have different light conditions from here to there. Very subtle, not in the way you normally would use a normal map. Where's there? What? Cast shadow utilizes scene capture. Capture shadow maps. You can refer. Oh wait, that oh, okay. I see. I see why it is there. In appropriate play, it's actually casting different shadows, and so we can actually have a good look at here. Oh, that's smart. That's okay. So they do the facial shadows. They do all that. But what they do as an extra is taking the shadowing from all we have happening here and put it on top as well, where they are basically adding it to it. And that way you can have the best of both worlds. Oh, this is smart. This is really smart. As disappointed I was with that voxel plugging, I am so amazed with this one. They are doing a really good job there. And for a stylization like anime, this is essential. I haven't figured out how to do it correctly. Because the Fresnel here in Unreal Engine is way more limited than it is in in Blender. This is also a thing I'm very curious about. Fake subsurface scattering. How do they do that? I cannot see it on the... All I see is an outlining. I don't see a scattering. Because it's not actually subsurface scattering. Like the SDF is fake lighting, right? You do not really have... let me go back here, because that's where the shattering, where everything comes together a little bit, but with a normal shattering, you would never get the face to shadow like this when it's bright, right? So the fake subsurface scattering works the same. It gives you the impression that subsurface scattering is happening, even though there is no subsurface scattering. Why is there no subsurface scattering happening? It can't, because it's an unlit surface. The material that you use in order to get that 2D effect is unlit. So it gets no light information at all. So you have to kind of fake it with another material as an overlay to get a little bit closer to those datas. And that's why it's fake subsurface scattering, because it's not the real thing. It's not the real calculation of subsurface scattering. It's kind of emulating to look like it, but it's no real subsurface scattering. Oh yeah, and the classic outlining. I have a better system for the outlining, because this one is just a simple outlining. I have a system made where I'm actually quite proud of, that calculates the it basically takes the color of whatever is there on your model at that very specific point, and takes a darker color as an outline. And by darker I mean it is lesser value and more saturated. Like you would do it when you it's probably that laggy right now because I'm streaming and because it's throwing a lot of errors, because it's trying to update the time the entire time. Again, I probably have a lot of errors now. Yeah, this is also why it was currently lagging. Again, it was because it's not the sky I'm using. For this, where I'm using the sky, you actually do have you do have a value that you can ask, and according to that value, you can translate it to an actual real-time clock. So you can say, okay, currently in game it is this and that. So we have the sun rotating here, right? Let's talk SDF and why it is so important that we have that gray mask. Compare the left with the right. Some maybe know it from what I already have shown in Blender, because it's a little bit more easier to set up there. But you can see when it is off, you get not that nice of a shadow. It looks not as interesting, not as stylized. It's bad. For anime style, you do not want that. That's why you use those SDF maps to basically break down the light in a different manner. Downside is it only, that's why you also have the sun working that way. It only works with the relative light position to the face along the z-axis. But you can basically see when the sun is rotating and you get those wonderful Rembrandt triangles and other kind of things, you will have a hard time to get, especially for gaming, where you can freely move around, to get the lighting right, to get a Rembrandt triangle, and every other stylistic choice. So to make this choice to be more in a stylistic manner, you have those SDF maps. That's why it's so important to have them. No, this is just a shader I bought because mine is doing the job correctly, but this one can just do way more, and I could make one like that myself. There's a time I would save by just buying that, because this shader costs like 35 euros, roughly. And if I would do that, it would definitely take me at least more than a month to add all those things that it has. So, big time saver. And yeah, this is the SDF map. This is this facial shadow thing. Yeah, it ignores the, as it says, it ignores the normals completely. It pre-generates a fake shadow. That's what I was talking about earlier. It does not take the normals of the face. It takes this information and the light position to the face to calculate what is currently to be shown. And here you can even, since it's in red colors, you can even see it a little bit better than in the grayscale. How you have the different information sliding down to a true black. True black means there's nothing. And also I've noticed how there's only one side having the triangle, though it happens on both ends. Why? Because at let's say a 180-degree rotation of the light source to the face, this texture actually flips. So, or if this is x plus, it flips to x minus. So it's what goes with the on the x coordinate multiple -1. So that side would suddenly be here, and that side would suddenly be there. That's how you get that effect on both ends. And here, where we have currently a static line, should show it also when I rotate it like this. See, now we have that Rembrandt triangle, even though it's a little bit of a weird one looking one, but that's how they drew it. And now you can see a little bit of the transition on that. And that's only doable with those SDF maps. This is why I always say anime style looks simple, but to actually translate it into 3D is very, very challenging. 3D is optimized for realism. It's very easy to do realism nowadays. Extremely easy. There's no real solution for stylization in that manner so far because it's very complicated. For realism, you can take nature as an example. Nature you can break down to mathematical equations. Mathematical equations you can put into shaders. When you draw, when you have a drawn style, there is no mathematical equations for that. There's a simplification of things, but you cannot really put that into mathematical terms. So you have to do it in artistical terms. And the closest one to it is to do a little bit of both. A little bit of math and a little bit of artistic drawing. And this is exactly that. This is a hand-drawn texture. Multiple layers, actually. You have like 8 layers. They are all black and white completely. And you blend them together. And when you have blend them together, you get this as an output. This is what an artist can work with. They can hand draw those layers and put them together. Wait, hang on. I might actually still have them. So I have to look them up in my direct. Yeah, there we are. So we do.
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
Oh yeah, and Ovi, since you probably haven't seen the tweet about it, there's currently a problem with VTS Spark and the access to stream elements. So the workaround is to switch to something else, and the only one that sounds like a normal voice is the one from TikTok. So currently Enma has a TikTok voice. So this is like one layer, right? This is the next one. This is the next one. This is also next one. And you add them all together, right? All those layers here, in order to make that SDF map. Here's another one. Here's another example where this is the case. Right? This is what you hand paint on your UV. And that way you can get that way basically you can make yourself an SDF map. The best way to do that is to actually draw on the mesh in something like Substance Painter or Blender with the Yuzu Paint plugin and stuff, right? So you actually draw on the mesh roughly, and you do a cleaner draw in something like Rita, Photoshop, whatever. Right? You just put down a little bit of a helper, so you know, okay, this is the map that I want to work with. So if I go and need to go to a different place. Yeah. Right. Open this. So a guideline image could look like this, right? You put it on your mesh, you just have the red and blue information to work with, and you have the UV map, and you basically lay that over it with a little bit of transparency, have another layer, and then you draw the white pattern. And then at one point you get this. Because you all drew this on the mesh, exported it, and then drew layer for layer, blended it together to get this map, and then you have here we have the PNGs again, and one point also the output, I think. But yeah, basically what that does. Oh, there's actually still a video. I thought I lost that one. But you can basically see what it does. Again. Is it that? No, that's actually a different one. No, that was the that was a proxy one. So what you can do as well is having proxy meshes. But that only works in animation. So if you animation sounds weird to say it like that. I mean film or series animation. There you can have a proxy mesh that then takes the shadow and projects it onto your model, and the proxy mesh actually has all the information you need in order to get those clean versions. So that proxy mesh also has edited normals and stuff like that. But that only works for something like well, a cutscene or an actual video format, because it's way too heavy to do that in real time. Way too heavy. For rendering, sure, you can do that. For real-time rendering, forget it. For real-time rendering, stuff gets way more complicated. And if you do real-time rendering on mobile, it gets even more complicated. It's why the first ones who heavily implemented this kind of technique were the mobile games. That's something like Genshin Impact and stuff. They uses exactly this. Wuthering Waves uses this. Probably, I'm not too sure, but I would take my bets on it. That something like Do It Night Abyss also uses this. So, very important to have that work correctly. And this shader does a fucking good job from what I saw right now. And together with the fake physics that we get from our kawaii physics, like the stuff we have in the air, right? This looks like hand animated almost, but that's it is actually all physics, fake physics. Why are fake physics so important and not normal physics? If I would use normal physics, I would not be able to contain the silhouette of the hair like this. And in something as stylized as anime, silhouette is everything. Everything. You need to have a good readable silhouette. If you don't, you are doing your job wrong. It's so important in stylization. More so than in realism. In realism, yeah, okay, design, you can get away with a bad silhouette and have still a good design. Not in stylization. That's why the first generation of Pokemon is so good, because with the silhouette itself, you can directly tell, okay, that's the Pokemon. That's why some episodes had this, who's that Pokemon? Right? Where they made you guess just by the silhouette. It was basically them testing if the silhouette is working well. If kids can tell it's that Pokemon by just the shadow, it's a good design. It's a very good, I don't know, it's one big point for a good design. Pokemon does not have necessarily a good design in everything, but the silhouettes are masterpieces. Oh, speaking of stylization, another nice thing I got here. Look at those medals. Come on, load. This is the metal texture. Looking way better on the gold one. So this was like, yeah, that looks good. Probably would turn off the wobbliness. And have it without the wobbling, but stylization looks so good. I just don't like the wobbliness. That's the only thing that's stuff I would turn off. And I know it is something. But in the displacement animate effect. Bam. Let's turn that off. And just like that, that looks like a good hand-painted medal. It does not look like normal metal or just too flat. It actually looks kind of nice. I just definitely turn off those wobbliness because I don't like that. Well, they're really nice textures. And according to the name, I would actually think that the person who made it is a German. And the name is Nachteule, so night owl. Other nice things I got a few assets for world building. Models. Perhaps. We have normal bamboo, we have the bamboo ladders and stuff. Kind of helps with storytelling. We do have, is there actually for those a map? As an example, scenes, yeah. Because that one, it looked good. It looked really good. When you see the actual valet, once it's loaded, you will understand why I couldn't resist to add that to the so stylized stuff that I also have. Come on, Unreal. Cannot be that heavy. Unreal froze for a moment. Ah, there we go. Still loading the shaders, but you already see the foliage. Okay, the foliage might be a little bit of a problem where I have to retouch a little because of nanite, but look at all this stuff. Don't make an example map and have floating rocks unless it's very much intended. I don't think this is intended. That's just a critique on my end. I'm very, very picky. But look how beautiful this looks. The foliage here, and the foliage are all LODs, so level of details. Right, you have all those little details in here. Then, and this is for that valley. And then another thing I got. Yes, because because there was the so once a month the Epic Marketplace has a sale going on. This sale is especially long because it's also going into Black Friday. So there were a lot of things reduced. Those ones are oh, that's just the display of that one. I actually want this one. Then a few of those what I bought were 70% off. And if it's something you really like, where you're saying, hey, that fits like the nail to the coffin, then you say like, okay, this really fits my style. You can almost implement it without retouching it. Like a lot of stuff here, I don't have to actually touch at all because it already has this anime look. And I will have a big fantasy forest area I will have to retouch a few of those because I want to have, or at least I want to add an overlay material for those because I want to have a few of those mushrooms. Or I need other mushroom to make other mushrooms as well because I don't want only those trumpet mushrooms. Oh yeah, here. Mushrooms like that, I want to have them to have a fluorescent texture. So I don't only have to make an overlay material that makes them glow. Flowers? Wait, flowers? There are flowers? Haven't seen a single flower here. Oh wait, here. No, that's also mushroom. There's no flower. Or do you mean from the previous one? Yeah, all mushrooms. This stuff is mushroom. Everything in here is mushroom and trees. And a few leaf piles. But no flowers. I mean, you have the little bit of vines. They will come in handy because I think I will take a lot of those vines and scatter them over rocks and stuff so that those defines the areas where you can climb and not. Yeah, but they are all mushrooms. And the last one from Pure Nature are the meadows. And those. When I saw the meadows, I fell in love with that. That was the first one that I saw the others ones and was like, oh yeah, okay. But then I saw the meadows, and then I clicked closer at the others and was like, oh yeah, I have to get those 3 because the meadows look amazing. Get that. I felt like just knowing that I can play around with those now, with how good the bushes look, how good all those flowers look, the wheat field. I know I can play around with that a lot, especially because I will use PCG to populate all this stuff. And also, I kind of like how the fans look. I like those little, this is where I really have to talk to one from Unreal itself. I don't want to talk to the forums. I want to know if I actually can make PCG and college like this work together in the way that I can say, okay, I have certain structures that are not PCG and nanite. I mean, if there are workarounds where I can basically combine them. Oh yeah, and the water plants. Look at those. Forgot the names of those. They look so good. Just saw them and was like, yes. This is exactly what I need for world building, to have this lush environment and the flower fields here. Right? Look at that. Look at all this. Especially, I think the wheat looks the best by far. I think of all those, what they show here, the wheat looks the best. But I'm so amazed by the rich fullness. It looks so lively and everything is just pretty. Everything is just extremely pretty. And probably gets clearer when I go just to the overview rather than this map. But the test map that was in the trailer, that which I just showed, basically showed already how good everything looks. But yeah, look at the flowers here. Especially, this is a very typical Japanese one. This right here. We don't really have much of these, but Japan is full of it. All those foliage will be great to popularize. Oh, we have a few mushrooms here as well. So, but yeah, the bushes. Then the cypress and the elm. We probably do not need those, because those are pretty much background assets, and we do not really have a background. And if we have a background, then it will not be this, it will be terrain. Oh, and we have one more of those, which we can also add to the arsenal of what we have from So Stylized. And, oh no, does So Stylized have maps? I think. Oh, actually it does. But that one also has like really great looking. That one I got long ago, almost a year by now. That one is was critical, because that one is actually where I used the sky asset from. And that one I definitely used. Is that 1 year? Yeah, it's 1.5 years ago in that project we did back then. I used the sky asset of the So Stylized. And that project later on became the main map of this game. So to say, yeah. But I also see it as a Christmas present to all of us in the theme, right? So see it this way. Once you're finished with the wool, we put it in the game and it looks like as lush as that. You're probably way more happy with your wool, how everything turns out when you see everything comes on together. And when it's not just an almost empty map. But yeah, just to show how it really fits in with the style of the So Stylized one that we. So Stylized is the creator's name. Just open this. I will use a lot of those assets as well. I haven't as much as yet. So far, the only thing that is of that on there is the grass. I still have to put on the PCG one. I also already utilized the bamboo, because that one bamboo looks way better than the bamboo I did. But I mean, okay, it takes a while since I'm streaming. It's the shader compiling is taking a little bit longer. Always stuff you have to pay in mind when you're streaming, but You see that once it's finished with all the rendering. That's why games have loading screens, because it's all the shaders being loaded and all the assets being loaded. Since this is also editor, there's a little bit more to it that is being loaded. Then if this would be a compiled game, it would run way faster. It would be done in just seconds. But since it is not, since this is an in-editor view and a lot of background stuff to it, it makes it editable. There's a lot of that needs to be loaded on top. Where, with a few exceptions that are still loading, you can already see you can already see how well those two styles are working together. Especially here, you also see the sky dome I use as well. So you can see what kind of world you can build with that, all that kind of stuff. This is just one rough example. So I kind of don't like how the grass looks on that one. I think that's a little bit of I don't think that's wanted, but here on the green, right? There's wide terrain here. This is just probably the PCG controller. No, not. Wait, you're not PCG, right? You're probably. It's. This is a Niagara effect. I should add those as well. Having a few grass blades floating in the air sounds kind of nice. And yeah, here a little bit of broken trees and stuff for later. Right now we are more in the sakura trees and bamboo section. We will not have those. Or maybe the broken trees I can use, but nothing else. And when we reach the pine tree region and stuff where we can utilize that, which is actually the next section. So we will utilize all of that stuff. But yeah, you can see how there is a lot of assets. And also tropical stuff. But yeah, you can work around this. The world building will be very exciting to do. Though there's a lot of tools I want to create first. So, for example, I want to break off. Is there really a cliff somewhere? Yeah, something like this. I don't want it to look like this. Like if I would be on this island and look like that is ugly. That is nice. But that's no-go. Oh yeah, I want to
invading the void for 90 seconds.
Oh yeah, I want to have my cliffs be more like this, a little bit broken up more. So I will have a PCG that helps me a little bit with that. It looks for the angle of the terrain, and if the angle is in a certain way, it adds those little items there. And yeah, then you can direct it maybe even make level instances. So, because that's also a strength that many people underestimate with PCG. You can make level instances. You can make little areas where you combine all those elements and say a section like this right here being, it seems actually to be in, oh yeah, here we already have a level instance. Turn off those two level instances. Everything looks suddenly so empty. Oh yeah, you can also utilize those with PCG and give them tags, and you compilated stuff like that, and then it can be like, okay, I have a combination of items, like let's say those four right here. Right, let's move them up a little. Oh, and you can also see that by moving it up and still having the trees naturally spawn up there, that is a sign that PCG is being used. Because that's a matter of projection. We have our ray trace, collides in with here, which probably has a tag, right? No, it has no tag. Okay, then it goes well, probably with the name. But it basically is a sign that that this is populated with PCG. Rotate like this. Okay, it's not populated with PCG. That is probably also level instance, but I would do it with PCG. This is just a linked level instance. It's linked to be on top of this especially one. Where we can basically make a cluster like this, populate it with stuff, and then have PCG randomize what is spawned and what not, and then have a little bit of a good utilization of things. How the fuck did they manage to make it that clean? I have to study this because here it is so cleanly translating, and in the real map I have, it's not, and I kind of have to look into why that is. So here, stuff, I have it like, I have it like this. Amazing. You don't see the seam. Actually, you do. Never mind. It does the same stuff that I have a problem with. It's just less viewable because of that line there. Let's go into it's lagging. What the fuck? You can endlessly jump into the air. That's nice. So, I mean, it's definitely useless for gaming, but it's nice to look at stuff from here. And yeah, it was because of the red line. It has the same problem. You can see the seam way too clearly. You can see that this is like kind of like the problem I have, which I kind of try to find. See that line there? That clear line right next to the feet? That's kind of stuff that I try to hide as best as possible. And it sounds so easy, but you can see it right here. Now I am standing on that seam. This is exactly where our water of the river stops. And suddenly here we do not have that anymore. Here it begins again, here it's gone. This is kind of the seam that I try to avoid to be visible. It's not as easy as it sounds. Yeah, that's one way to put it. What I also can do, this right here, this cloudy effect of the foam, I could basically put it on here as well to hide it a little bit as well. Especially because I have really large ones, I would have a lot of foam there as well, not just on the ground. I'm actually surprised that there is none here. There should be a little bit of that as well. At least if you look at how waterfalls are in real life, you have a little bit of foam on top as well, because the water collides there as well. Simple as that. That's basically the simple reason. Technically, if I do it correctly, what they also need to do. Do you let me select you? Okay, it's a level instance, never mind. But technically you would need, on top of that stone, you would need that foam as well. Technically. We are talking a little bit of stylized stuff, so you can get away with a few things as a matter of stylization, but there's things to watch out for. Those are little details. Everywhere where water collides, you get the foam. Like, strongly collide. So if you have a stone there and it rushes against it, there's foam. If you have a coastline on a river, that's not where. There you have like foam, but it's not like a splashing foam. You have like little white looking waves, which we probably do have somewhere. Because I know it's an effect of that. It's there, but very weak. Here we have it. Here we have it really well visible. That's also foam. That builds up those wave-looking kind of stuff. It's collision foam. Stuff you want definitely to have in stylization as well, because you basically want to tell the story that, hey, that water is living. Oh yeah, Good example world. Good to have always those example worlds. That stuff looks still weird. I don't know why, but that's why I would populate with PCG and rather than not have it populated with the material alone. Because then you can actually say, okay, here, how it is like here, that's okay. Because you still have the green from this. But everywhere where you have already the gray here, completely white grass in a non-winter world? No. I mean, here it looks okay, but here, what the fuck is this? I would not even know how to define what I'm looking at here. It's just, this right here just looks weird. It looks alien. If the goal is to have like an alien planet simulation, then yeah, perfect. You have alien grass here. But if that's not the thing and you want to go more into the magical direction or something, you cannot explain it like that. Okay, actually you can. You could be like, this grass is driven out by, has lost its mana completely. It could be like that, but ooh. This is the lush grass that I love. This is what I really like to see. But yeah, that was to talk about all the stuff that we got. We got also a little bit of VFX, like swatch rails and stuff. But that's also for another time. Here, swatch rails. Those are more for combat, less for the stylization itself. More like a visualization of combat. Yeah, gray grass is really fucking weird. I think I have to play. Maybe I do not have. Because there was literally no ground. Now I have to hit play. See those? Aren't they pretty? And a few of those I would definitely will need for to use for those attacks. Because right now it looks just like this, and I'm not too happy with it. I use those here instead. For example, that one I probably would use instead of what I did. That one right here. Or that one. I have to experiment which one looks better. This one or that one. But it definitely, that's definitely what I would take. Rather. Oh, and nice stylized. Does it play it automatically, or do I have to? Okay, it plays it automatically. This is a nice looking stylized power. I really like the look of that. It looks really hand drawn. I just can't put it like that. And for anime, having an effect like that looking and drawn is essential. Okay, if I would have my cell shading on that, it would definitely fit well together. I like that way more than the little fire that I did. Which is right here. In comparison, the little fire that I tried to make. Right, this looks good as a fire, but which one of those looked more anime? Definitely on the other one, and the best of it, that one was free. But the other one definitely looks better than this. This is the one I made myself. Not bad, but it's probably better suited for semi-stylized stuff or something more into the realism. Something like Skyrim, maybe. This one looks way more hand-painted, and I like the look of that. And here, I think I also got an impact frame, but I haven't installed it. It was a really good impact frame system, better than better than what I did, because mine is basically just black and white, and I would have to summon meshes to get the look that I want. And the other one, I really have to see how they actually do, because I think they have actually already hand painted overlays, which I could never draw because, or better said, not draw yet, because I'm way too inexperienced in drawing all that kind of stuff. So a lot of stuff we can work with, a lot of stuff that helps us with storytelling, which is the most important thing. It's not as important. No. Why? I don't want to save that. Now reword those. Oh, I see what I did there. Can save. So we don't have that error anymore. But yeah, that way here we have the so stylized assets a little bit here with the PCG graph here. This is a lush and dense forest like we would want them to be, probably. We want to probably tweak it a little, but I need to replay. What I definitely need to do is make sure this is not happening. We need fern, lots of fern. And the reason why we need fern is I did a little bit of research. Here. Wild bamboo forest. You have to type that in, otherwise you won't get it. You can only, if you just type in bamboo forest, you get the treated bamboo forest. We want the wild one, right? If you just type in bamboo forest, you get this. You get pictures like this. What you want, though, is seeing how it behaves in the wild. And then suddenly you see, oh, shoot. Look at this. How much fern? How much fern is there? A lot. This is one I like a lot. It's a stock photo from Adobe, but I just like how it looks. I just like how bamboo looks near water. This is kind of interesting to see. I have no idea what the fuck this is supposed to be. It kind of looks like a toilet in the in the bamboo trees, but oh, and the Pentagonia of those. Now you see how close they actually are together. They are quite close to each other, but for gaming purposes, you want to have it more. You want to space it a little bit more out so you can actually sprint through it without colliding, and want to be able to fight between those if you have like an enemy and stuff. And all stuff you have to consider when you world build. That you have a little bit more of a space so people can navigate. But yeah, you see, I cannot make out what that is on the floor. It's probably leaves from the grass itself, since bamboo is not a tree, it's a grass. For those that didn't know. If that's an introvert's house, it's way too tiny. You only could sit in there. It's kind of like, I assume what it is a hunting post. I assume it is actually a hunting post. That this is where you would be to aim yourself with bow and arrow or an actual flint. And shoot your animal. I assume that's what it is. For everything else, it would be way too tiny. You could not sleep in there, other than when you can sleep while sitting or sleep while standing. So look at this. I wasn't aware that the bamboo shoot is that fucking big. It's that massive. I wasn't aware. I always thought they were way tiny and grow to that size, but no. That's the bamboo shoot. They are massive when they grow. They are already massive. Yeah, that was kind of like a culture shock for me, sure. But yeah, it's always good to have a look at how bamboo actually grows, right? That's why we know what better said. It's one way to look at this. Sure. One thing to look at this. But then you also already see, okay, there's a lot of. Can I make that bigger? Here. And you look at the Shutterstock image. You see there's a lot of little stuff in there. There's a little bit of the word, it's clay. But what's the English word for it? Something with glove. Lucky glove. You have lucky glove here. And other tall plants and that. You have a lot of plants, not just bushes. You have a lot of foliage on the ground. And of course, we cannot put that many down unless it's nanite. If it's nanite, then yeah, maybe again. But with only LEDs, a little bit trickier. There's only that much that you can render at the one time in real time. So we want to have a little bit more of those kind of assets. So I would want to work a little bit more on our on this. And I kind of want to break it also up to ground foliage and ground scatter. What I mean by that, right now we have basically trees and ground, and I could make it way more dense, and then suddenly we have it like this. Right, we have stones everywhere, everything is stony. That is when it's extremely dense. And if I actually... Can I display that? Viewport stats, FPS. And look at that. I mean, because there is so much stuff at one point rendered at the same time, we only have 40 milliseconds, which is 20 FPS, and is critical. Yeah, there's a reason why I just made it this green one. This is the testing ground. That's why I just put down a simple brown texture. Because for an actual green looking, if I put my landscape material down, everything would be black. Because I would have to set up for this map a separate RVT, and I kind of don't want to do that. So I just took something that is looking like mud. Simple mud. Very, very simple mud. Just to get a little bit of the feeling, because this is just a testing ground. This is not supposed to look good. This is just to basically bring all the tools together so that we can take it to the real world. So by real world, I mean the main map, and put it on there. And there we can then make everything there. So yeah, it could make a big difference. Definitely. But we also want to populate. So now I put a lot less. And the milliseconds are a lot faster already. Still a little bit laggy because I think it's because I have an add-on. Let me, oh wait, wrong one. Let me actually go to my project settings. Right now I use nowhere but my rice plans. I'll probably redo my rice plans at one point. I look for someone who did.
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
Let's restart while the adlings are invading. As we turn off nanite now. And yeah, I made the splash screen. I just took one image I already had and made it a splash screen. So I have a transition for when it's loading. And now loading the shaders and everything. And if I'm able to basically have a second PC and divide that, then I would be much better for loading times. Because streaming alone while you do this is doubling the loading times, if not even tripling. It's a huge toll. So let's go back to the PCG testing round. And let's put on the FPS test again. No? Oh, it's probably limited to 30 FPS, that's why. Yeah, there's a limiter. There's a limiter happening in project settings. Let me have a look. FPL. Yeah, 30. If I up the display rate to 60 FPS. Did it not do it? Our frame rate lock here. There we go. What's this then? Okay, both needs to be changed. Let's put it to 60. It's probably with the next layer. I'll probably have to restart again for that. But yeah. And actually, let me make a test. How dense can I make it before it's affected? Okay, once it finished with the task. Okay, this is definitely a density where it is that dense that it definitely affects our frame rate. It is a density where almost every pixel is populated by something. Look at that density. Jeez. So we just put it down a little. Still quite populated. Almost the way we said. But we almost have no issues. Just kind of like a nice stress test right now. Even if we have it as populated as this, as dense as this, which is already insane, then it's still at 30 FPS. It's still not buckling down. And remember, we are currently on a 30 FPS log. It cannot go higher than 30 FPS. So now I want to do a real strong stress test. By creating a really big forest. But none that would hide stuff like that. And look, we have that much stuff. Even if we go into gameplay mode and run around here in this super dense forest right now, we are still constantly at 30 FPS. This is quite powerful. Really, really powerful. But yeah, this is kind of like a good stress test. Of course, profiling, I have to profile for different different caveats. Like, I have a pretty strong PC. And by that, I mean, not to brag, just to explain why I cannot rely completely on what I get, because I already have quite a strong one. I have a 3060, which is still a very strong graphics card. It's not a 4K series, it's not a 5K series, not one of those. But it is quite strong. I do have 96 gigabytes of RAM. I'm currently, with everything I'm doing right now, using roughly 32 gigabytes. So I have to pay all those stuff in mind. Also, my CPU, which is definitely my bottleneck. I have to pay all those stuff in mind. What I also have to pay in mind is that in-editor stuff is always more heavy than an actual build. If I actually go here and build my level and then test it on, for example, my notebook, which will be one of my stress tests. If my notebook can handle it, a normal PC can handle it as well. I mean, I have again a powerful notebook, but it is still a stress test because notebook hardware is not as strong as anything. But maybe I also have to check it at the notebook of someone else that just uses an ordinary office notebook. So they are my caveats that I can use as a test. I have no idea how to test to build tests that I could run on a Switch. But that could also be a caveat to consider. Though I never plan on releasing it on the Switch, so probably not worth the involvement. But yeah, actually, let's take what we have here right now and find a place in the main world and test it there. Because then we have a better ground to look at, and I would like to use a an area where we can fool around, because that area here a player will never actually run around in. There will be some stuff put on here so you can see it from afar, just like a little bit of storytelling, But since the entire bridge is broken here, the player will never get here. Just here, there's a little bit of background noise, so everything looks nicer. And so that one is perfect to put this one down. And then we can also go really wild here. You're right, I should waterboard and think of that, Ben. Also, what we can do, we can put it down here. All the way down here. Test if it's also projecting correctly. Now, of course, it goes down a lot. As it generates. Generates a lot of vertices. Like to have it a little bit more roundish, so I add an extra point here. Yeah, this is more something I'm happy with. Somewhat. There are a few more we would need to play around with, but there's enough of a dense forest to just jump down, see how it works. It's quite laggy. Yeah. I can already tell that density is not working. At least not in that manner. I mean, we probably will never have something that large of a forest, but it's a good stress test with everything else being around here. Especially when we are now inside of here. And I think it's less of a problem of... it's probably less of a problem here with the ground density. Probably more a problem with the tree density. Wait, that was the wrong direction. Let's go with 400. That is better, but not quite. And go 400 for the forest, but we go way larger here. By way larger again, let's go in 200 steps, so. What if I completely go almost nothing? It is mostly it's mostly the trees, and I know why, but I don't know how to directly. I think I need to let the LOD switch earlier. It would be nice to have it as close as this. But it's just not working with all the other textures loading in. If I look away, where we are not having as many trees. Sure, but as soon as I look into where we have a lot of trees, we have it breaking down. I think 400 or something. Oh yeah, just to have a comparison. Those are the trees of so stylized. And those are the trees I made back then. The one from so stylized are way better. They way better know how to do stylized stuff. They're a little bit too. The problem is I used for this. I basically used realistic bamboo, and then just stylized the textures. Here, everything is stylized, and that just looks way better together. Oh look, now we have the grass with a 2, spawning with a 2. This just looks so nice together. It just would run faster. This would look really good. Really like how everything looks together. Just have to figure out a better way, probably drawing the switching to the LEDs sooner probably will help. LEDs, if you're, we never really talked about it back then about it. I mean, I think it was mentioned once and then never again, but LEDs are level of details. So hope I can show it. Hope they set up so stylized. There we go. Environment. Trees, bamboo. We have already here also saying LOD1, LOD. So where can I? So if we look at this, see how it switches its details? Now it's not even a tree mesh anymore. It's just something that's called a billboard. Just a flat graphic. And if I get closer, now it translated to a different LED. But if you do it well enough, do not really realize it's even switching. Here they did it really well. In other games, you really can't. I have a certain game in mind, even though I like it a lot. But in Do It Night Abyss, you have a few things that change completely their view, how they look, on how far it is. It's subtle stuff. It's something like a painting in the background or a stone. It's stuff like that. But the major big ones that you don't notice. You don't notice them switching. But the little ones and you sometimes see it. You really see it. But here you saw a switch happening. See? It has less details. Those are LEDs. You even can have a good look. So we are on LED 0 right now. So this is the best we can see it. And we go back. Now we are at LOD 1. Now we are at LOD 2. So we have 2 levels of LODs. Basically all we need. I think we just need to change when it's happening. To make it a little bit more performant. But yeah, you see how smooth this transition is. I don't think we can keep it that smooth if we want to tweak it a little. But yeah, let me actually see where I can send you off to with a beautiful view of this. Actually, let me get a little bit go back because I want a stone in there. Give me a stone. We ran here. That's not a beautiful game. Maybe let's cut it off here. That's not a beautiful looking bamboo forest. And it's all already all auto-generated. We have to do a few fixes so stuff like this is not happening. But other than that, looks so good. All right, let's see. Who can I put you? Best would be if I have someone. That, so we have this view, and we see, have a look at who is currently doing 3D stuff. Hey, wrong button. Then maybe, if not that, and maybe we can have someone who is making a game. Doesn't have to be a VTuber. But preferably it should be someone with not 100 viewers. Alright, sleep well. Interesting. Somewhere in the games category, but playing Rocket League. Why? It's not game dev. Those are already having way too many viewers.
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
Counting I want game. Okay, there's none. Then we send you. I don't have. And what? Really shit. Alright, really shit. I sent you to Shy. So we're raiding over to Shy Phoenix 211. They are currently playing Where My Winds Mean, and really great looking MMORPG. I just don't have time for MMOs. Otherwise I would definitely test it out. We will go into that. We go back into tonight, tomorrow, and continue from there. And we'll see if we can break through to the second wall there. Also, some may have noticed that the game that Keone and I will be playing changed from Starlight Revolver to Power World because the devs of Starlight Revolver announced recently that they cannot afford to continue working on the game. So there will be no content, new content anymore coming up for a good while. And we cannot, cannot promote it anymore. So we go over to Shy Phoenix, send them all the love, and we see each other tomorrow.